Senzenina, senzenina, senzeni, senzenina, nina, senzen, senzenina, yo senzeni, senzenina. Senzenina, io senzen, senzenina, io senzeni, senzenina, io senzeni, senzenina. Senze sono setu io bubumnya sono setu bubumnya ma sono setu bubum sono setu. In South Africa, we don't sit and sing. Senzenina, yo senze, senzenina, senzenina, senze, senzenina, senzenina, senzeni, senzenina. Senze sono setu bubum nyan sono setu bubum nyama sono setu bubum nyama sono setu bubum nyama. Good afternoon, everyone. You may please take your seats. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to this special event. It is an honor to have everyone in the room. It is not a really good mood for me to stand here and do inform or remind us that it is now 410 days plus of the genocide. There are 3,838 massacres that have been committed by the occupation forces. 54,972 matters, and missing persons. We have 11,000 missing persons. We have 43,972 matters confirmed by hospitals in the Ministry of Health in Palestine. We have 17,492 child matters. We have 211 newborns who were born and martyred during the genocide. 825 infants under 1 year of age have been martyred as well. 1,369 Palestinian families completely wiped out from civil records. 41 deaths due to malnutrition and starvation. 11,979 female martyrs. 1,054 martyrs from medical teams. Our journalists are also being killed in Palestine. All over the world, we are watching this. And what are we saying? What are we doing about it? It cannot be continuing to count as numbers. These are people, these are human beings, these are families, these are sisters, brothers, mothers. But newborns, we are now counting newborns during this genocide. This is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are therefore not gathering for fun, but we are gathering here to take serious decisions, to put our governments into a stand that the genocide should end. The occupation in Palestine should come to an end. It is not easy for one who has met Palestinians and spoken to them and sit and watch on the television them being destroyed as they are being destroyed. It's difficult. For everyone who sits in this room, who has been in Palestine, who has met Gazans, I'm definitely sure that you no longer wish to see what is happening. We need to stop it. That is why today we say an anti-apartheid movement against the Israeli regime need to end. South Africa has taken a bold step and said, we are opening this chapter and we are going to see Palestine free. In our lifetime, it shall happen. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you into this movement that we are starting today. It is an honor to have you all. Whilst we are reminiscing about these numbers, please put them into names, not only numbers. Today, in the room in South Africa, whom we look up to and say we are free today because of his grandfather. This is our late President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. We have in the room Nkosi Zwelivelile Mandela, who will grace us, who is gracing us with his presence. The cameras are shying away from his face. He's gracing us with his presence, but he will come and talk to us and share with us as to how he got into this involvement. Yes, we know he is the grandson of a great icon, but he is young enough to stand up boldly and also say the occupation needs to come to an end. Before he comes to the stage, I will ask Reverend Frank Chikane to come forward and welcome you properly. I'm not big enough or good enough or old enough rather to welcome you enough so that you can sit in and listen, but an elderly person in our house is there. Please help me to welcome Reverend Frank Chikane to the stage to welcome us properly.
I'm negotiating that I don't want to come twice here. And why can't I do everything I need to do once and for all? Friends, firstly, I would like to ask Nkosi Mandela to come and join us here, if you can, sir. I know that you wanted to hide yourself. Yeah, whichever way. That way. Yeah, that way, whichever way. Friends, let me welcome you to the first session of our launch program. Now, we got people to come to the mountain here. It looks like it's tough to climb the mountain and come here on time as we expect to be friends. Your Excellencies, I've seen a number of ambassadors. We're going to see many of them as we go through into the evening, and representatives from various embassies. The representative of the Palestinian embassy, Your Excellency Bassam, would like to welcome you. The ambassador has apologized. He made sure I know that, and that you will be coming in her place, and would like to welcome you. We've had lots of discussions with the Palestinian ambassador as we prepared for this event. And then I would like to welcome representatives of government. The DG was going to be with us, but he's been diverted. If he's able to re-divert himself by tomorrow, he will be able to join us. You know, when you are DG DERCO, you don't have a life of your own. And, but if he's not there, we have got 4 representatives from government who are going to be with us. Nkosi, Mandela, I would like to welcome you specially. That's why I wanted you to come here. And you know we have had lots of discussions with you. I don't want to start that discussion, but I'm still actually, he says I mustn't be surprised, but I'm still surprised that the United Nations can ban him. No, the UK. The UK can ban him from entering the UK. Really? I mean, it still boggles my mind that the United Kingdom, of all the countries, could say the grandson of Mandela is not allowed to come to our country. It's quite amazing. It reminds me of my banning order from entering Namibia. I think I was the only one who had a banning order as a South African not to enter Namibia. They stopped me at the airport, and before I checked in, the person who checks me in looks at the name and said, no, there are people who want to talk to you here. And they came, 2 huge Afrikaners, and said to me, here's a banning order. You can't go to Namibia. If you go there, you do it at your own risk. And I think that's what they've done to you. You go to history as the Mandela who got banned from entering the United Kingdom. But they're going to regret. History, it's terrible. They don't want to be reminded about their history. But when they do it, they think they are right. But when change comes, they don't want to be reminded. I would like to welcome the representatives of the Palestine solidarity groups, the faith-based organizations. I saw the General Secretary of the SACC there. They haven't seen others, so it's just because I greeted him. Trade unions were here. Political parties, all other organizations and individuals who have been invited here. Then we must also welcome those who are online. We're streaming, so we've got people who are joining us internationally, globally. I saw somebody from Germany saying, is the link there? Where's the contact? And so we have the world joining us. We thought it is important. We also have Palestinians who are joining us online, and those who are in the diaspora. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I could have sat down and come back again. I don't want to sit down and come back again. So she's given me a permission to continue. The only limitation is that we need a link. We need to link with Palestine. So when the time comes, we'll do so. I just want to say, at last, the day has arrived for us to launch the South African chapter of the envisaged global anti-apartheid movement. For now, it's about Palestine, but we're going to deal with every other apartheid, anything that looks like apartheid in the world. We're going to deal with it because the world is what it is because of racism and colonial ways of thinking. Two things. And when they act, they don't feel guilty about it. Our sister has already talked about the number of people who have died. I don't want to repeat that. What I want us to do is to start by having a moment of silence. If I can ask you to stand. I've never seen in my life, and I'm prepared to declare my age, such horror that is perpetrated by people who think they can teach us about morality. A horror that's perpetrated by people who think they are the only ones who should have nuclear weapons, the others shouldn't, because they are not responsible. But it's them who are allowing the murder of Palestinians, and they support it. They give them the arms. I think the time has come to call it what it is, that they are primitive, because only primitive people, I thought it's done in the Dark Ages. What they are doing now, it's from the Dark Ages, and they are taking us back there. I think from today on, they must lose any pretense of leadership of the world. I think we should begin to say it clearly. They have disqualified themselves from being leaders in any form. So I would like us to have a moment of silence. I don't like this because for every minute somebody dies. So as we hold a moment of silence, somebody's killed. 45,000, and the rest are in the rubble. Let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. Whilst you are standing, I actually thought we should pay tribute to two people. One associated with this anti-apartheid movement on South Africa, and the other with lawyers dealing with Palestine. The first is Louis Asmal. You know, Louis Asmal, together with her husband, formed the anti-apartheid movement in Ireland, 1963. She passed away last Saturday, and I think we should honor her. And then yesterday I found that the veteran French jurist, Gilles Devers, the founder of the International Lawyers Committee, passed away. And with my reading, he was the first one who went and laid a complaint to the ICC to declare the leadership of Israel as committing a crime against humanity. He passed away a day or so ago, and I would like us to think about them. Thank you. I couldn't put our sister, Fatou Bensouda, you know, the former prosecutor of the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, Criminal Court. I thought with this declaration of the Prime Minister of Israel and the former Minister of Defense, we need to recall her because I think she paid a price for all of us. She paid a price as a woman. She paid a price as African. She paid a price for being from a small country called Gambia. They harassed her, the family. The United States applied sanctions against her, and nobody made any noise. Nobody. If it was somebody else who's another culture in another country and was not a woman, I'm sure it would have been a major issue. Here's a woman who decided to investigate crimes in Afghanistan and Palestine, and she got punished. She spoke recently. She's now an ambassador in the UK. And I just want to say, for me, once you have a Congress of the United States saying, we're going to punish the ICC for making that decision they've made, we're going to apply sanctions, it would be unimaginable in South Africa if we said, we're going to punish that prosecutor because he's investigating criminal activity. We're going to punish the judge because the judge made a decision like that. It would be unimaginable to think of it in that way. But the United States does it, and they still claim to be a democracy. They've threatened us as well. I'm not saying this because you are there, Baba Mandela. Not that you are here, but during Mandela's time, we decided not to vote to exempt the United States from the Rome Statutes. Those who still remember, do you remember that? And then the United States pulled out their money of support from us. I think you've forgotten that. They withdrew their money. With us is traveling. Dr. Naledi Pandor is not able to, but if she wriggles out of where she is, she will be able to come and see us. Zane Dengo have done so, and Seth's Nika. I would like, if you allowed me, if you allowed me, once you are online, just disturb me. I thought we should do, at the beginning, the journey from the conference to where we are today, so that those who are coming here for the first time will know where we come from. Firstly, I would like to say we had a fantastic conference, successful in May. But I asked Roshan to count how many people have died since we had that conference. It's quite amazing. Every day we delay, there are more deaths. We met, we adopted a declaration, we agreed on a plan of action as to how we're going to actualize that declaration. We then asked everybody to go to their countries to mobilize and organize at a national, regional, continental level. And that we will then come back when we are organized, because the people who were there were not necessarily mandated. And come to a mandated conference where we can put together this global anti-apartheid movement. We then started as South Africans to say, well, we must start here. We mustn't wait for others. And so in South Africa, we brought all the organizations as we were working with them through the steering committee. We did not stop campaigning. So the solidarity groups keep on doing what they are supposed to do. So the South African anti-apartheid chapter is not going to substitute what people are doing. It's going to bring together those people who are working on making sure that Palestine is free. But we're also bringing people who have not been in the crawl. That's what I think the importance of this anti-apartheid movement. is about. We want to bring everybody who has not been there, everybody who has not been marching, everybody who has not been protesting in this country. We would like to bring them here. And we want to bring, the trade unions are supportive, but I mean, you see one or two people in those meetings. We want the trade union movement to act as a movement. We want to be able to say, these are the countries that are supplying coal, the companies that are supplying coal, who are the workers in that place? How are we going to make sure that we diversify, divest and invest in another entity and have another market and make sure that Israel does not get our coal to fire the war in Israel? We want to work with everybody. We want the churches, we want the faith-based organizations not to come as visitors but as owners of this project and be part of the movement. The churches in South Africa represent 80% or so of the population. If we brought them here, it will make a radical difference. So we would like to bring everybody in that regard. Then we decided in the meantime, we will put thematic groups around each action point. So if we deal with boycotts, we have a thematic group with people who specialize in it. But break it down to, no, you are specializing on the arms embargo. We're going to have all the people who deal with the arms embargo, whether they are in the churches, Palestinian solidarity groups, etc. All of them will form thematic groups where they do research, they analyze. I like the way in which Palestine solidarity movement in South Africa and BDS who tracked this ship carrying weapons for Israel and wanted to dock on the west of Africa and made sure we campaigned. They went to each country. When they dock, they went to that country and said, you can't allow them to dock here. And they've been in the sea for some time. I don't know where they are now. They might have found a way, but we want to be able to say to Angola, don't allow them to do this, don't allow them to do that. And that's really what we want this movement to be. When you are ready, I'm ready. And so I just want to say, this is what we want to do, and I'll come back to deal with the rest of the processes up to tomorrow. That's why we brought people together here, and we are hoping that at the end, we'll achieve what the anti-apartheid movement achieved for South Africa. I read this article where the President of the United States vetoed, the people of the United States brought an anti-apartheid bill, and they would veto it, even when Congress has adopted it. And they did it, I think, 3 times, up to the last moment when we became free. We want to reach a stage where the people of the United States will harass their own government to make sure that they don't continue supporting the genocide in which they have been doing. So I would like to give way for our guest speaker from Palestine.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you very much. You're not giving way to the guest speaker from Palestine, but you are giving way to Nkosi Zwelivelile Mandela to address the room and give us a way forward, coming especially from the heart and the mind of the great grandfather, our late President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Over to you, Nkosi Zwelivelile. Please help me to welcome him.
Thank you. Ntate Frank Chikan. Phaya ekhaya kuthiwa ndingumdebhedi uRheqa izulu uMadibomde. So I have to raise the mic so I can be audible. Often, Mama Sango, I'm introduced as the grandson to Nelson Mandela. And my father's name is lost. And many people do not actually understand where I'm placed in the family and whose child I am. Allow me, therefore, to introduce myself as the son of Makgatho Lewanika Mandela, who was the third child to Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Nelson Mandela is the grandson of Mandela, not me. I'm the grandson of Nkosi Dalibunga. His father was Mpakanyiswa Gadla Mandela. And my mother, I think my father followed his name because he was named Makgatho Lewanika Mandela after the second president of the African National Congress, Sefako Makgatho. And one of the honorary presidents of the ANC sitting in the House of Chiefs, His Majesty King Lubosi Lewanika of Barotseland in Zambia. And because he was known as Makgatho, my father married a daughter of the Mosehle in Khamarishane Jane First. My mother being Rose Rainy Mosehle, Arnold Sapo. Program Director Mama Sango, our elder, Tate Reverend Chikane, my comrade and beloved elder, Ronnie Kersels, who I saw earlier, the leadership and members of the Palestinian Solidarity Formations, distinguished guests, ambassadors, Your Excellencies, and members of worker and civil society formations, respected leaders and members of faith-based organizations, and the respected members of the media, our friends and comrades joining us on social media in Palestine and all over the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, goeiemiddag, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Anga uxolo lukaThixo inceba zakhe kanye nentsikelelo zakhe zinganani nonke kule njikalanga. On this historic day, it is an honor to be in your midst on the occasion of the 47th anniversary of the United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. On this day that we launched the anti-apartheid movement, the South African chapter, let us pause for a moment in honor of the noble souls who have stood for justice throughout humanity. Comrades and friends, let us also remember the noble souls of our Palestinian martyrs who have paid the ultimate price and sacrificed their lives over the past 76 years of occupation in the just struggle against the Zionist occupation and the worst form of apartheid and brutality known to humanity. Ntate Reverend Chikane has already afforded us a moment to give a moment of silence to our comrades and martyrs that have fallen over the past year. but allow me to acknowledge one in particular, a comrade and brother in arms, Ismail Hanea, whom I've had many times to be able to sit with and discuss often about the tactics and strategy in our own struggle for liberation. Every year on this day, the international community stands in solidarity for the dignity, rights, justice, and self-determination of the Palestinian people. Over the past year, we have witnessed unspeakable inhumanity in Gaza, with more than 2/3 of infrastructure completely destroyed, more than 2 million people displaced, and more than 43,000, mostly women and children, brutally killed. Comrades and friends, critical infrastructure, clinics, hospitals, schools, colleges, and universities have been completely destroyed. Not even mosques, churches, and humanitarian shelter have been spared. This is a historic day in which we salute the brave Palestinian resistance, who have for decades exercised their right to resist under international law. We salute Hezbollah for their unequivocal support for the just Palestinian struggle against immense odds, and who have paid their ultimate price for the liberation of Al-Aqsa and for their unwavering support for the Palestinian resistance in Gaza and all of occupied Palestine. We salute Ansarullah of Yemen and its courageous actions against the Zionist apartheid state and those who continue to support it and render themselves complicit in the war crimes and genocide perpetrated against the people of Gaza and all of occupied Palestine and Lebanon. Comrades and friends, it is this unequivocal support for the just Palestinian resistance in Gaza and all of occupied Palestine and Lebanon that led to the recent denial of my visa to the United Kingdom and to address audiences on our experience of occupation and apartheid and the lessons we can draw for the inevitable march to freedom for the Palestinian people. Let us not forget, comrades and friends, that for 350 years, we have had to wage wars of resistance against settler colonialists who today dare to burn the South African flag, calling for their own country in the land of my forefathers. We have had to face a brutal apartheid regime for over 6 decades. Many of our leaders paid the ultimate price by dying for our struggle for liberation. Some went and sentenced to long imprisonment, and some were forced into exile. This is not a far-gone memory lost in yesteryears. We live it on a daily basis. We remember the past so we can know who we are today and we can continue to resist for the future generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, this act of extreme provocation and denial of my fundamental freedoms and right to free speech and freedom of movement has not and will not deter me from my commitment to the Palestinian struggle. On the contrary, as a South African fully cognizant of our own bitter experience of armed struggle and struggle on all fronts against brutal colonial occupation and decades of apartheid oppression, we shall remain steadfast in our support for the Palestinian resistance in Gaza, all of occupied Palestine, and the broader axis of Palestinian resistance. Rather than stand on the right side of history and correcting the historical injustice against the people of Gaza and all of occupied Palestine and Lebanon, the Western powers continue to aid and abet the Zionist apartheid state and render themselves complicit in apartheid Israelis' war crimes, genocide, and ethnic cleansing. As we gather here today to observe the United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people and launch the anti-apartheid movement of the South African chapter, we remain cognizant of the difficult road that still lies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, in 1977 in the General Assembly called for the annual observance of 29th November as an International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people in Resolution 32-40B. On that day, in 1947, the Assembly adopted the resolution on the partition of Palestine, Resolution 181, Roman numeral 2. In Resolution 60-37 of 1st December 2005, the Assembly requested the Committee on the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people and the division of the Palestinian rights as part of the observance of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people on the 29th of November, to continue to organize an annual exhibit on Palestinian rights or a cultural event in cooperation of the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, also encourages member states to continue to give the widest support and publicity to the observance of the Day of Solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, on this historic day, I reiterate my call for the war criminal and genocidal apartheid Israeli state to be suspended from the United Nations, just as apartheid South Africa was suspended for much lesser brutal crimes on the 12th of November 1974. In fact, comrades and friends, given its brutal war crimes, ongoing genocide, and systematic ethnic cleansing, I call for apartheid Israel to be completely expelled from the United Nations and its membership revoked until a permanent ceasefire is reached and justice prevails. Apartheid Israel has for decades acted with impunity. It has brutally massacred and wiped out no less than 531 Palestinian villages, now buried under play parks, parking lots, and unmarked public areas. This was long before the events of the 7th of October 2023. It has done so because of the unfettered protection that it enjoys from its allies in the United Nations Security Council, mainly the United States of America and the United Kingdom. It is high time that we transform the United Nations Security Council and remove the power of veto that is consistently being abused to protect and shelter apartheid Israel from prosecution of its war crimes, crimes against humanity, and palpable genocide. Comrades and friends, the Palestinian Solidarity Network in South Africa, across its various formations, joins millions around the globe that stands firmly with the just cause of the Palestinian people. We will never speak in harsh tones about this matter, nor will we ever be silenced. We must, as a collective, apply best endeavors to intensify the struggle on all fronts. We must mobilize our communities to work harder in applying the boycott, divestment, sanctions campaign, and engage in a comprehensive boycott targeting all brands on the boycott list. All over the world, this is already taking root, and significant gains are being made every day. As South Africans, we must draw on our own experience in the global anti-apartheid movement and demonstrate to the world the power of collective action. Many of us, comrades, often make the mistake to think that boycott doesn't work. There's too many products. In my own household, we boycott every single product that we come across that is on the BDS list. And this, comrades and friends, while I was young, my mother lived in the United Kingdom in a small town called Leighton Buzzard. And often I would visit and be taken to meet the leadership of our country in exile. It was during my youth at the age of 12 years I met with my grandfather's friend and comrade, President Oliver Reginald Tambo. It was through him and his lovely wife, Adelaide Tambo, that I was requested at the age of 13 years old to receive an award on behalf of my grandfather in Strasbourg and address the European Parliament. And in that tender age, I would go with many people in the United Kingdom to Trafalgar Square in front of South Africa House and protest. But what has had a lasting impact in my life when it comes to boycott was learning about a 21-year-old Mary Manning in Dublin at Dunster who refused to handle grapefruit from South Africa. Together with her colleagues at Dunster, they rejected any fresh produce from South Africa. And that became a global campaign. Small actions, comrades, will have a lasting impact. And this is what our work needs to be about. We need to ensure that we educate one another on each and every product that is on the boycott list and boycott it. Because many in the international community did the same for our cause. We are free today because of those actions, because of Mary Manning. And therefore I call on each and every one of you to be the Mary Manning of Palestine today. The anti-apartheid movement emerged in the United Kingdom and grew throughout Europe and the West in the United States of America. Many of us can never forget the role that dock workers played in boycotting every ship from South Africa and refused to handle fresh produce that was carried on those ships. I had the honor in 2023 to embark on a tour in the United States of America organized by the United States Palestinian Community Network. And during that tour, I met in San Francisco Bay dock workers that led from the front and ensured that no ship from South Africa went into San Francisco Bay. And I said to them, we are free because of their actions. And I call upon you today to ensure that such experiences that we are beneficiaries of today are never lost and can still be utilized today for the Palestinian cause. The global call for a total arms embargo against apartheid Israel must echo here in South Africa, and the National Conventional Arms Control Committee must exercise its regulatory oversight and ensure that no South African arms in government or private sector ends up in the hands of genocide Israel. Such a lapse or a lack of oversight will render us complicit in apartheid Israel's genocide. We must continue bringing pressure to bear on the leadership of all sports codes, academic exchange, and cultural activities to ensure that we do not play games with genocide. We must draw our own experience of expelling apartheid South Africa from the Olympic Games to score a goal for the just Palestinian struggle. And again, comrades, this is an experience we came from. As in 1964 Olympic Games, which were held in Tokyo, we called for South Africa to be banned from participating, which in the early 1970s, they were finally expelled from the Olympic family of nations. This year, I embarked on a tour with students in Lausanne University and in Geneva University, calling for the International Olympics Committee to ban the apartheid state of Israel from participating in the Paris Olympics. We proceeded to stage the biggest protest and marches in Paris, one of the biggest marches I've seen to date, and I've had to address 5 different rallies in one. And this is the solidarity that Palestine has through the Europe-Palestinian network, which, comrades and friends, as solidarity groups in South Africa, we need to link up with the SADC region, with the African continent, and other resistance formations right across the globe. But having had our experiences in Paris, we know now that the Olympics will be held in 2026 in Los Angeles, the United States of America. We therefore call upon all of you to exert pressure on the South African Olympics Committee to ensure that none of our athletes participate in the Los Angeles Olympics if the Zionist apartheid state of Israel's IDF soldiers will be participating. We come from that experience, comrades, and we know what segregated sport means. And let us share these experiences with the global community, particularly those that stand in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. Comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, Now that the ICC has issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and members of his war crime cabinet, we must call on our government to immediately prosecute the violent criminals returning from active duty in the IOF. For more than 2 years, the NPA has been sitting on their hands, and whilst we welcome the recent meeting between the NPA and the Palestinian activist formations, actions speaks louder than words. Those who kill innocent civilians, women and children in cold blood, and then have the temerity to parade and boast about their actions on social media, must face the full wrath of the law. The time for talking is over. Actions speaks louder than words. Comrades and friends, I must draw your attention that some of these cases date back to 2014. And we have brought these cases to the Ministry of Defense to invoke the Foreign Military Assistance Act and ensure that these criminals are prosecuted. The act prohibits every South African from participating or aiding any foreign military. And therefore, as solidarity formation that stand in solidarity with Palestine, whilst we applaud the actions taken by our government in the ICJ case, we must look at the issues right here at home. We must ask the questions as to why are these criminals still walking free on our shores? Why have they not been arrested? Why has action not been taken? We must, comrades and friends, ask about the coal that is being exported to the Zionist entity. We have become, after Colombia withdrew its coal, we are the largest supplier of coal to the Zionist apartheid state of Israel. And therefore, time for talking is over. We need action. And our government has to ensure that it implements the wishes of our people. Let us be guided by the prevailing material conditions, but most of all, let us do all in our power to build a formidable anti-apartheid movement that will be no less in impact than those who went before us. Let our will, resolve, and determination be garnered by the unspeakable injustice suffered by the oppressed people of Palestine, living under the most brutal occupation ever witnessed in the history of mankind. Let us not be distracted or overwhelmed by the military might that they and their allies possesses. Apartheid South Africa too was a formidable military might with nuclear capability, likewise supported by the same allies. In the end, they had a date with destiny, for truth and justice will always triumph, and oppression and injustice will never last. Wherever there is oppression, injustice, and suffering in the world, we will raise our voices and stand for justice, freedom, and the inalienable right to dignity of every human being. Long live the Palestinian resistance, long live. Long live the Palestinian resistance, long live. Long live the lions of Lebanon, long live. Long live the lions of Lebanon, long live. Long live the fearless fighters of Yemen, long live. Long live the fearless fighters of Yemen, long live. Long live the struggle for a free and liberated Palestine. Long live the struggle for a free and liberated Palestine. Thank you, comrades and friends.
Thank you very much, Nkosi Zwelivelile. It is never easy to thank you because whenever you speak louder enough for people to hear. And yes, we start this anti-apartheid movement to make calls that will bring immediate change. And I thank you for making sure that you make the calls, and it is now upon us that we move with the calls that have been made. The challenges have been brought upon us, comrades. We are not here to sit and take and put in the back of our files, but we are here to sit, to take, listen, and go to the streets, because we are the civil people, we are the civil organizations, we are people of the streets. We don't sit in offices and expect things to happen. Desmond Tutu said, "The people of Palestine have every right to struggle for their dignity and their freedom. Therefore, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. As I say this, online we are now joined by Issa Amro. Issa is a Palestinian activist from Hebron in West Bank. He is the co-founder of the former coordinator and the former coordinator of the grassroots group called Youth Against Settlements. He advocates the use of non-violent resistance and civil disobedience to fight the Israeli occupation of Palestine. In 2010, Issa was declared a Human Rights Defender of the Year in Palestine by the Office of the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights. Issa, you are welcome, my friend. Thank you for gracing us and allowing us to hear from your heart and telling us exactly where to go from here as South Africans. We are here to listen, and we are ready to take on your struggle forward and make sure that you are free whilst you are still alive. Over to you, Issa.
Thank you very much, my dear friends and dear colleagues in South Africa. First, I want to thank you deep from my heart for your support, for your passion, for your resistance, for being on the right side of history. You are giving us power, you are giving us energy, you are giving us protection to continue our struggle against the Israeli occupation and apartheid. I want to start by saying that Israel is not protecting itself. Israel is protecting its occupation, its apartheid, its illegal settlement, and its supremacy. And we in Palestine, and especially in Hebron, we have very long partnership with South Africa. We started our partnership with Open Shuhada Street campaign 2009. We made Hebron as an example of the Israeli apartheid and Israeli occupation. Our partners in South Africa, we managed to make the occupation costly and to really make a movement in the world called Open Shuhada Street campaign. Now it's the time to be all united from South Africa to all over the world around the anti-apartheid movement, the global anti-apartheid movement. fighters for this movement to make the situation better, to dismantle the apartheid, to end occupation, and to make the Israeli offenders accountable according to the international law. The situation on the ground in Palestine is really hard now, especially in Gaza. We all know what is happening in Gaza, but many people don't know what is going on in the West Bank. In the West Bank, we are fragmented, we are isolated, we are really under huge oppression. We have around 800 Palestinians being killed in the West Bank. We have more than 12,000 Palestinians being arrested. Among them, around 3,400 Palestinians are in administrative detention. Israel now is trying to annex West Bank to Israel, but without the Palestinians. So they let Israeli settlers, violent settlers, tourist settlers, attack our villages, attack our farmers, attack our cities, attack our universities, our students, our cars. Day and night, settler violence against our people in the West Bank. And the Israeli military is raiding West Bank cities, fragmented the cities, checkpoints everywhere, no economy, no salaries, so everything is really hard to imagine and describe in the West Bank. This operation, these attacks, or this outcry for Palestinians meant to make the Palestinian life miserable, to force them to leave their homes, to force us to leave our land, to force us to leave our olive trees. But we say it loud, with your movement, with your support, we will stay strong.
We blame it on Netanyahu. Hopefully he will be able to come back. He's muted. This is what happened.
Please stand back.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, internet problem. Okay, I'm back now. Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, so the Israeli occupation is trying to remove the Palestinians from their land. They want to make us live by our own. So they make our life harder and harder. But the Palestinian farmers, the Palestinian activists, and the Palestinian farmers to stay and remain in spite of the attacks from the Israeli settlers and the Israeli soldiers. We form protection forces. We do a kind of protective prisons to the kids to go to school. We do a lot of legal work against the Israeli settlers and the Israeli.
Am I off? Thank you very much, Issa. Thank you, Shukran, Aktir Habibi. It was a great pleasure to hear you giving us what most of us are limited to, especially in the West Bank. We appreciate your time and stay knowing that definitely we will sing together our freedom song. And with that being said, it is good to know that the Kairos Palestine movement have sent a message of support towards the anti-apartheid movement South African chapter, and the message reads as follows. Kairos Palestine extends its deepest appreciation, support, and solidarity as you prepare for the launch of South African chapter of the anti-apartheid movement against Israel's settler-colonial and apartheid regime. Your work builds on the profound legacy of South Africa's own liberation struggle, a history that continues to inspire global movements for justice and equality. The fight for Palestinian self-determination is a continuation of this legacy, and we are fully thankful for your costly solidarity, efforts, and hard work. The Global Anti-Apartheid Conference in May 2024 set a clear and urgent agenda for dismantling Israel's apartheid regime. The Defense Declaration and Plan of Action provide a vital roadmap, and we commend your work to mobilize South African society to lead in this global struggle. We are particularly encouraged by the movement of alignment with Palestinian civil society, Kairos Palestine, and political entities. This collaboration ensures that the voices of those directly impacted by Israeli occupation and apartheid are central to the movement's strategy. Your plans for the launch of the 29th November, which is today, the UN International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, are comprehensive and inspiring. The inclusion of prayer sessions, demonstrations, and cultural events and national mobilization will unite South Africans from all walks of life in solidarity with Palestine. The strategic timing around the anniversary of the Balfour Declaration emphasizes the historical context of this ongoing struggle and strengthens the resolve to correct the injustice it set in motion. Your commitment to supporting the Palestinian people's rights to self-determination is both timely and necessary. As Palestinians, especially Palestinian Christians, and as advocates for justice, we are inspired by South Africa's stance and growing momentum to hold Israel accountable for its violations. The upcoming launch of South African chapter will be a significant step towards galvanizing international action and advancing the global anti-apartheid movement. We stand ready to support you in this critical work and reaffirm our commitment to justice and freedom to our Palestinian people. In solidarity, from the Patriarch Emeritus Michael Sabah and Rifat Odey Kassis, who is the Secretary General of the Kairos Palestine. Thank you. With that being said, we are moving quite quickly because we started late, but because we are people of solidarity, we always welcome and unite. That being said, coming from Kairos Palestine, I would like to ask the General Secretary of the South African Council of Churches to come and share a message of support with us. Over to you, Reverend Molo.
Madam of Ceremonies. Is that what how is it good?
Bless me, Baba.
Thank you. Comrades, friends, greetings to everybody present here, dignitaries who have already been acknowledged and who have been seen as significant for their names to be mentioned. Those who are on the social media platforms, those who are from Palestine, I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord Liberator Jesus Christ. Good afternoon. I greet you in behalf of the South African Council of Churches who come to this occasion with a deep sense of appreciation of the South Africans who gathered here and those who are still to come, commitment to work tirelessly and deliberately for the overwhelming victory of justice, of dignity, over bigotry, over racism, and over the occupation of people of Palestine. South African Council of Churches takes pride in being part of this occasion, for within its own ambit, its own post and commitment to justice, is a firm belief that justice is never divisible, that freedom is not something to be enjoyed by a few, that racism needs to be fought wherever it raises its ugly head, that all of God's people have the same dignity no matter where they are born, no matter which country they live under. And those who've got military power and racism and oppression and oppressive tendencies do not have the monopoly to decide who has the right to be free. It is one given to us by God, for we are all created in the image of God. So for the SACC, the commitment to the freedom of the Palestinian people is not an extra thing to be done. It's not something that we receive because we've got nothing of us to be those centers where the poor, the oppressed, the marginalized are allowed to become what God intended them to. So we come to this moment not because we're doing a favor, but we come to this moment because for us, this is what God wants us to do. This is that which God has committed us to be. So this day of the launch of this anti-apartheid movement chapter, South African chapter, is one of great pride. It's pride because in it we connect not only with what was done by Desmond Tutu and Mandela, but that which was done by Albert Luthuli and others who came before. Because in their own way, they reminded the world that the belief in Christ Jesus is a belief in the dignity of all. So we stand here to say to you, in the work that you are going to do, you do not stand alone. You stand on the shoulders of great men and women who gave of themselves for the sake of the freedom of others. And there's nothing more greater than that, because in it we serve the God of justice. The SACC, in its own conference, which was held recently, reflected, among many things, on the situation that is taking place in this wonderful land that we call the Holy Land. The SACC made, I'm going to do some extracts from its own commitments. The SACC says, the call of many organizations and movements across the world, including the International Courts and the United Nations for a ceasefire to save innocent lives, is ignored by Israel in its arrogance and the complicity of the United States of America and Europe. The apartheid state created by Israel has led to even difficulties in delivering of human aid into Gaza. Thus, not only are their actions inhumane and disproportionate, they themselves are going to do that which is, we call as the SACC, what Pope Francis has described as beyond morality. The South African Council of Churches calls out the genocidal actions of Israel, of total destructions of mosques, homes, hospitals, schools, and universities, churches, and the denying of desperate people across the world, across the region, aid. In the same vein, the Council reiterates that the continued occupation of Palestine by Israel is no different than to apartheid, as experienced by South Africans in the not so distant past. This situation cannot continue and must be addressed from its root cause, including the illegal occupation of Palestine. Therefore, the South African Council of Churches joins the multitude of voices to end the war immediately. We call on all people of goodwill to work tirelessly with one another in stopping the war in Israel and allowing the people of Palestine self-determination and exert their own right to live in that holy land. We further call on countries and organizations that feed this war with a supply of arms and personnel, diplomatic and financial support to stop enabling genocide. Furthermore, it is no secret that the doctrine of Christian Zionism is largely the basis upon which many in the Christian West support Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine. This Christian support in Europe, the US, as well as in South Africa, translate to billions of US dollars in armaments for Israel with no end in sight. It is for this reason that this council commits itself into calling for all its member churches throughout the world to discover their own moral clarity and exhibit moral courage, and all those who are in the Christian churches throughout the West to speak out for justice, to stand with the one who is oppressed, and to apply pressure from their governments, those in the United States to their senators, those in the United States to their congressmen and women, and to those in Europe, in UK, to spend time talking to representatives of parliament and convince them that indeed the injustices that are taking place in Palestine are no different to the injustices that took place in South Africa. That they must call on their own people to stand not only with the powerful in their political space in the military, but do acts that put pressure on them, because until the West stands up to their own moral bankruptcy, to their own complicity to genocide, we are going to have innocent people dying unnecessarily. The SACC, therefore, prays that as the struggle continues, the people of Palestine don't lose hope, that they continue to execute their struggle and lead the world in the response as best as they can, so that we as the people of South Africa and the world, led by them, can make our own contribution in liberating Palestine. For it is they who are the agents of their own liberation, and we who walk with them in this struggle are committed to them, because in them we see who we are. We therefore call on South Africans, wherever they are, to spend time, especially those who are in our member churches, to continue to work with their friends wherever they are in the world, and to make sure that in their own prayers, in their own preachings, and in their own activities, they recenter the occupation of Israel as a moral challenge of our time. For silence in this moment is nothing more than complicity. For if we, who know the pain of suffering, do not have the courage to speak out, we indeed are betraying the calls that have happened in our past and the moral actions of those who came before us. So the SACC commits itself then, as it supports you in the work of this chapter of the anti-apartheid movement, to work vigorously, indeed, to challenge the curse and the cancer of Christian Zionism. Those of you, therefore, who are here, You inspire the SACC to work with you, and we wish this launch as a platform for courageous actions for the liberation of all Palestinians. God bless you.
He always wants to bless me when he sees me, and he forgets he's not in church here. Thank you very much, General Secretary Reverend Molo. I remember the late Archbishop, Bishop Tutu, who is a former General Secretary also of the SACC. When he came back from Palestine in some time in 2021, he said, I wish I could keep quiet about the plight of Palestinians, but I can't. Therefore, I hope that the SACC continues on that plight that the late Desmond Tutu said, the SACC should not keep quiet. Let it not, General Secretary. It's upon you to make sure that the Christians in this country do support the Christians in Palestine fully. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:30. The kitchen is waiting for us to serve us with some food. I would like us to take a break from now until 6:30. When we come back, we will receive further messages of support. We still have a guest from Palestine and a mystery guest from South Africa. Thank you very much. As we move to the restaurant, there is a way out to go to the restaurant. I'm told we go to where the parking is, and the shuttles will pick people up from there and take them to the restaurant, and after they will take us back. And can we please try to keep to time? We come back at 6:30 so that we start and we finish off early. People can drive home safely in time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to hold you just for 5 minutes.
How fantastic. You just told me now. I'm going to see if we can make my way down to the kitchen and I'll their box with them. But he's not far.
taking a picture of you taking a picture, so stay in frame.
Can you see my SHOFP t-shirt? Yeah. Just check if you approve.
I approve.
I approve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sodwa. Thank you, my friend.
Pardon? I said this side. Yes. Anywhere this side. As long as where he will be able to. Oh. But shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and good evening. I recognize and welcome the Minister of our International Relations, Minister Ronald Lamola. We welcome you, Baba. We are graced and privileged to have you within us, within our space. With that being said, we will move quite quickly because of time. We do have a guest, a Palestinian guest from Palestine. Oh yes, a Palestinian from Palestine. From Jerusalem, I wanted to say, who is joining us online. I'm talking none other than Nadia Habaj. Nadia is born in Jerusalem. She graduated from the University of Jordan, a school of architect. And she says, I am an architect with a mission. I believe in sustainable development that is based in our local treasures. And she continues to say, we are here to state, to state that Palestinian people will not be erased. Our history, our culture, our land is not going anywhere. With that, we welcome you, Nadia, and thank you very much for joining us and allowing yourself to be vulnerable to the South Africans. We are here to listen to you, to hear what you want us to do as South Africans for Palestinians. There is nothing better that we can do much than to show solidarity with you in Palestine, but to make sure that your freedom, you reach it whilst you're still alive. We have making it our mission that Palestine shall be free. Over to you, Nadia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, Mr. Ronald Lamola, Minister of International Relations, Reverend Frank Chaiken, Chairperson of the movement, Mr. Chief Mandela, esteemed guests, distinguished leaders, friends, and comrades. As a Palestinian, it is with both pride and proudful and profound humility that I stand before you today. This gathering is not just a moment of solidarity. It is a testament to the enduring power of shared struggle and collective resistance. We are here to launch the South African chapter of the anti-apartheid movement, a chapter that boldly extends its legacy to the cause of justice for the Palestinian people. For me, this moment carries deep personal significance. It is a powerful reminder that the fight for freedom and dignity knows no borders. For over a year, my people have faced unspeakable horrors. Gaza remains under relentless assault, its skies filled with roar of bombs, its streets turned to rubble, its people denied the most basic human rights. The West Bank, too, suffers under the crushing weight of occupation as land theft and displacement continue unabated. This is not merely a crisis. It is a calculated campaign, a genocide aimed at erasing not only a people, but an entire history, culture, and identity. As a Palestinian, I carry the pain of my homeland in my heart every day, but I also carry the unyielding spirit of resilience that has defined my people for generations. South Africa understands this pain. You more than anyone know what it means to live under the shadow of apartheid. You know the indignity of segregation, the brutality of oppression, and the courage it takes to resist. Today, you honor us with your solidarity, showing that the same determination that dismantled apartheid in South Africa will also help dismantle apartheid in Palestine. We are deeply grateful to South African people and government for standing firmly on the side of justice. Your solidarity of struggle has become a beacon for oppressed people everywhere, including my own. The legacy of your liberation reminds us that no matter how long the night is, justice will prevail. I must particularly thank President Cyril Ramaphosa for his unwavering commitment to the Palestinian cause. His leadership has ensured that South Africa's voice remains one of principle and moral clarity in the world, too often silent in the face of injustice. A special acknowledgement goes to the Honorable Minister, Ronald Lamola, whose efforts has been instrumental in advancing South Africa's advocacy for Palestinians' rights on the global stage. Your principled stance inspires us and strengthens the global movement for justice. This launch is more than an event. It is a declaration of shared responsibility. It is a pledge that South Africans and Palestinians will stand together until apartheid in all its forms is eradicated. Together, we affirm that the fight for freedom is universal. In this occasion, I would like to address few words to the international community. To them, I say, justice demands action. Ceasefire and end to aggression. Demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and an end to Israel's military onslaught on Palestinian territories. End complicity in genocide. Halt the supply of weapons and materials that fuel this destruction. To arm a state committing genocide is a share in its guilt. Ensure humanitarian access. Open the gates to Gaza for urgent humanitarian relief to reach those who are suffering. Enforce international law. Implement the 2024 International Court of Justice ruling that call for an end to Israel's genocidal action. I commend South Africa for bringing the Palestinian cause before the International Court of Justice. This courageous act speaks to your commitment to global justice and accountability. It sends a powerful message that the world cannot remain indifferent to the suffering of Palestinian people. As a Palestinian, I feel the weight of this moment and the strength of this solidarity. Our struggles are deeply connected. The spirit of resistance that freed South Africa inspires us every day. Your history of triumph over apartheid gives us hope that one day Palestine will also be free. Together, we will ensure that our voices echo across the world. We will fight to end occupation. We will fight against genocide and apartheid, for justice and peace in Palestine. Together, we will show that apartheid has no future. Together, we will triumph. Finally, I ask for mercy for the martyrs, a swift recovery for the wounded, and freedom for the prisoners. Free Palestine. Long live spirit of resistance. Thank you very much.
Shukran Ektir Habibti. We thank you for gracing us, and we are very much grateful to have heard from you. There is nothing better.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me to give this speech in front of all of you. We are in solidarity with each other, and thank you for all what you are doing.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thank you, Nadia. Thank you so much. Again, can we thank Nadia? Palestine will be free. There is nothing better than hearing from the one who knows exactly how they feel, who knows exactly what is happening on the ground. But with that being said, I will ask Comrade Passam to come and say just a few words, because you know better what your people need. Speaking after Nadia, you will tell us if the movement is supported enough and how you want us to support it. Just in 5 minutes, can you please do that? Passam, please.
Good evening. My name is Bassam Al-Husseini, the Charge d'Affaires of the Embassy of Palestine. Honorable Minister Roland Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, our brother Charge d'Affaires of Iraq, and brother His Excellency Deputy Ambassador of Syria, and brother Deputy Ambassador of Lebanon, all protocol observed. Let me to finish quickly also. My sister Nadia from Palestine, comrades, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Palestinian people and Ambassador, allow me to express our sincere appreciation for organizing this meaningful and important solidarity conference. The crimes committed by the barbaric Zionist army and settler organization today, whether in Palestine or Lebanon, or aggression against Syria, by killing tens of thousands of civilians in Palestine and destroying villages, cities, and also the ban of UNRWA, are the result of the rise of extreme right wing in Israel and its absolute control over the state's institution, joins and the Israeli elections to implement the so-called the nation-state law, which confirmed that the law issued in 2018, of course. But this law confirmed that, let me just to mention four points of this law. Number 8, the land of Israel is historical homeland of the Jewish people. That's mean only for Jewish, not for others, in which the state of Israel was established. Number B, the state of Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people, in which they exercise their natural, cultural, religious, and historical right to self-determination. Number C, to exercise of right to self-determination in the state of Israel is exclusive to Jewish people. Number D, capital of state, complete and united Jerusalem is a capital of Israel. Your Excellency, Minister Lamola, your comrades, ladies and gentlemen, the Palestinian people, with its political leadership, highly appreciate South African courage steps to prosecute Israel before the International Court of Justice, as well before the International Criminal Court. South Africa took these steps based on principle and faith in human rights, not out of hostility or hatred towards Israeli. Rather, it's an invitation to them to review their consciousness and to erase their sense toward the Palestinian people who received them as a victim of international wars and Holocaust, and not erasing Gaza from the face of the earth. The issuance of arrest warrants for Israeli war criminals is victory for international justice, and thus South Africa has ended international double standard and removed Netanyahu from international policy's map. Dear comrades, Your Excellency, ministers, our President in the National Assembly in September called the international community to impose all sanctions on Israel and called for freeze the Israeli membership and ban arms sales to Israel. We today also appeal for international community to put pressure to stop the genocide and to label Israel as apartheid state, as well as we called all the countries who their citizens serve in the Israeli army to prevent them and to prevent them to staying in the illegal settlement. We believe that the military and security solution will not bring security and peace to anyone, and the Middle East region will not enjoy stability without achieving all demands of Palestinian people of freedom and return of Palestinian refugees to their homes. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Bassam. I would now ask Reverend Frank Chikane to come forward, and please help me introduce the minister properly and welcome the minister properly to address the room.
Minister, would like to thank you for making the time to come and be with us. I know that we had to move mountains to get your diary, make it possible for you to come. I did say to the team there, I'm asking you to move mountains and make sure that the minister is there. And they did move the mountains. We thought it was critical for you to be present with us here as we launch the South African chapter of the envisaged global anti-apartheid movement. As you know, Minister, we have an experience of this movement ourselves as South Africans. The world came to be with us and campaigned in the world to make sure that we are free. And that's why we thought it's important, with the government having taken the stance you took. I have heard now more details. I wasn't there. More details about how hard it was to make this decision, what the implications would be, the risks that went with it. But nevertheless, the cabinet was able to make that decision for us to go to the International Court of Justice. So I would like to hear you, Minister, as we prepare ourselves to launch this chapter. I've said to the public, we're not only launching this chapter, but we want to show that the people of South Africa are together with government in challenging the legitimacy of this apartheid system. And so what we do here, which is different from government, is to mobilize civil society to come together and do whatever is possible to achieve this objective. So I would like to invite you, Minister. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Frank Chikane, the members of the South African Anti-Apartheid Movement Steering Committee, the representatives of the Palestinians activists in our midst, including the speaker who just joined us now on the virtual platform, Nadia, fellow anti-apartheid activists, and ladies and gentlemen, everyone who is here this evening to join the launch of the South African anti-apartheid movement. I am honored to be here, Reverend, as a servant of the people of South Africa, because this launch fortify our resolve as the government of the Republic of South Africa and our stand. As you have said, when we went to the ICJ, we were vilified, ostracized, and criticized as the South African government that one, we are just on a frivolic of our own. We are the legal arm of Hamas. All manner of conspiracies were raised. But the most insulting one was that we don't have the support of the South African public. And during that period, we saw South Africans from all walks of life standing up in support of the South African government's work and effort, from across religious groups, across ethnic groups, across provinces in our country. Even the Jews for a free Palestine in our country. But we were also criticized that we are anti-Semitic. And we raised it in various platforms that our case was for the cause of human rights. It can be anti-Semitism to raise issues of violation of human rights against the Zionist states of Israel. So as a government, we are encouraged by this movement that it's coming together, because we believe it will continue to mobilize, fortify the people of South Africa and even the people across the globe in solidarity of the Palestinian people. I'm saying this because I also had the privilege immediately after assuming office to address what I believe was the biggest celebration of South Africa's democracy outside South Africa. And that was in London at the Westminster Abbey. That celebration was organized by the anti-apartheid movement in London. It was huge, Reverend. I've never seen anything bigger than that outside the country, in celebration of the 30 years of democracy. And that was also a sign and a signal of the importance of solidarity work. That the anti-apartheid movement across the globe stood with us to fight against apartheid, but they also stood with us to lay a foundation for our democracy. And they celebrated with us the 30 years of our democracy. I also had the privilege to share a platform with the CEO of Oxfam on the margins of UNGA, General Assembly. And the CEO of Oxfam said something very profound. He is a person of Indian descent. He said to the platform that when the global anti-apartheid movement took grip, he did not even know where is South Africa on the map at the time. But as young Indian communities, they were mobilized to put some R1 or whatever amount they could put into the anti-apartheid pot. Clothes, whatever that they could do. And he said what South Africa has done with the case reminded him of this solidarity that they were called upon as a young Indian population. And he said to the global community, what has happened to our conscience? Where are we in supporting this huge movement that the Palestinian people need? And I see this platform as a platform that is going to work to re-galvanize the people of the world so that they have got a global platform of the anti-apartheid, particularly against the state of Israel. Because we see also in many capitals in the world, even Western democracies, marches, protests, which I believe will now have a very good platform of coordination, of engagement, of sharing ideas, of providing platform for support. And this movement gives us that real platform. It is against this background that I saw it fit and befitting to attend this and give the support of the South African government to this movement. We, as the South African government, we know the background and the struggle against apartheid of South Africa, that it is intertwined with the struggle of the Palestinian people. What paradox of tragic proportions with the ghastly consequences for millions of peoples, human beings across the globe, by some self-proclaimed special ones. In 1948 was the year that South Africa's National Party instituted the apartheid state. Incidentally, it was the same year that Israel's implemented their D plan to rob and dispossess the Palestinians of their land as they tried desperately to respond with their war of independence, or Al-Naba. And while all was playing out, the UN adopted the Universal Charter of Human Rights. What an irony of unthinkable proportions. Apartheid, or separateness, South Africa's infamous contribution to the world, was one of the most evil systems of fascism in history. It was a system and a doctrine of institutionalized racism that privileged the minority white population of European descent at the expense of indigenous populations of color and black majority in general in South Africa. The minority white Afrikaner regimes used both oppressive and repressive means. For decades during the era of white minority rule, apartheid was declared a crime against humanity and a threat to international peace and security. The national interest goal of successive governments became that of the self-preservation of white men in South Africa at the deliberate expense of the indigenous black population and other races. James Barber reminded us that the overriding aim of South African government in this period of 1945 to 1989 was the preservation of white-controlled state, although the means employed to maintain white power and identity changed as the challenges increased. Like in South Africa, so is Israel turned Palestinians as second-class citizens in their own land for the privilege and security of the Zionists. The occupied West Bank and the settlement in the Palestine were effectively Bantustans and group areas patrolled by the brutal IDF, as was the case with the South African Defense Force. The start of the anti-apartheid movement is a crucial turning point for the global movement to mobilize and stand together, to build a collective consciousness of the global population, to isolate the state of Israel. It was Albert Luthuli running cry in 1959 for the world to boycott apartheid South Africa that effectively signaled the start of the anti-apartheid movement. Newly independent black started to attack apartheid, calls for boycotts, sanctions, pickets, and like intensified as many states promoted actions against South Africa across the African continent. The establishment of anti-apartheid bodies abroad in the early 1960s coincided with the revolutionary and the liberation of many third world states. A clash between the immorality of apartheid and the morality of democracy was inevitable. The subjugated people of Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean and the Pacific region, who had struggled or were struggling for their own independence, quickly took up the anti-apartheid struggle. This movement you are launching tonight is the same call. Even before Luthuli's call, by 1955, the South African government was already beginning to feel the pressure as it was forced to withdraw from the United Nations Educational, Social, and Cultural Organization, today's UNESCO. Isolation threatened to bite very early in the apartheid's existence. British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan addressed the South African Parliament in Cape Town on the 3rd of February 1960 and said that the winds of change were blowing over Africa. In reality, the winds of change were blowing against the apartheid throughout the world. Verwoed, angry, withdrew from the Commonwealth. This movement is the same call for the people of Palestine. The Sharpeville massacre on the 21st March 1960, in which 69 people were gunned down by apartheid security forces, was a real turning point. And the UN Security Council debated South Africa's apartheid policies and threatened it with punitive measures. International reactions to the dramatic events at Sharpeville bore out the interconnectedness of domestic and foreign policies, as many sections of the international community responded sharply to the deteriorating situation and the growing state of repression. The call you are making today is the same. I mean, we are talking now about more than 43,000 Palestinian people that have been massacred. The majority of them, men and women, with no certainty of the future of the Palestinian people, that they will be annihilated as a group, the target being collective punishment. This call should resonate more with the people of the globe, as the collective conscience of humanity cannot bear this ongoing response by the state of Israel. We have continued to state as the South African government that we condemn the actions of Hamas on the 7th of October. It was inhuman, it was barbaric, and it should be condemned. We continue to state that the response of the state of Israel was disproportionate to this offense. It has gone beyond what is justifiable under international law. It is now a program of ethnic cleansing, of collective punishment, of targeting Palestinians as a people. And it is against this background that we launched our genocide case in the International Court of Justice. Because this genocide, unlike any other genocide that happened before, it's happening in full glee of the international community. It is in our fingerprints. You can see it as it happens in real time because of the advent of technology, unlike the other genocides, which some of them were discovered after the fact, or we only read about them in the newspapers, print media. This one, you see it. It's in your fingertips. You see as it happens. And some of it, it is even reported by the people committing it. They tell us, they show us, they tell the world that we are at this stage busy committing genocide. And I ask myself, I always ask myself that if this can't be genocide, I don't believe there can be any other term that, or action that fits genocide. There's nothing bigger than this. And that's why I sometimes, as I think and look at it, feel that even the term genocide maybe might need more expansion in regard to this, because this is not only a murder and the massacre of people, but is this destruction of civilian infrastructure, is the destruction of everything, animals, agriculture, anything you can think about. So it is to wipe out from the face of the earth of anything that has got a Palestinian resemblance. So this is really at a genocide at a massive scale of unimaginable proportion, happening in the full glee of all of us. Hence, ourselves, we are really encouraged by this movement that is starting today, because you are going to shine a spotlight, you will coordinate and help the international community. One may be asking, but why is it relevant that you must still mobilize, there must be actions by the global community to do this thing? And as I was preparing the notes, I also realized that, and it's where I started. When we went to the court, before the case was launched, from the clips, particularly Al Jazeera and some of the social media platforms. We were saying, no, you know, this is genocide. We were believing it. And that's why we said, let's take this action. And I must continue to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa, because when we initiated this process, because we were worried that he may refuse, we did not know how he will react. We were not sure whether to meet him, to convince him, or how. But we say, hey, this is too scary. Let's just write him a letter, you know, and so that he can, what he decides, it's up to him, because we thought that if we go and talk to him, we might be chased, we may even be reshuffled. You know, this thing. So let's just write a letter. We will hear what the president decides in his sole discretion. So we were surprised when the president said, no, let's take this course on. And I think for that, for me, he's a man of courage and determination. Because it's not like we all, it's not like we all did not know or understand the repercussions of standing for principle and for the truth. And just after the case was launched, the amount of vilification came was unimaginable. But the point I wanted to raise in this regard is that as we were starting with this process, we had seen these videos and so forth from Al Jazeera and other social media platforms. But when we began to really focus, get the evidence, we were really shocked at the scale and amount of genocide that was unfolding, which even some of the media houses were not really capturing it. It was less than 1% of what the scale. And I believe that once we were able to show to the court, it was able to show to the world the level of the degree of murderous massacre that was happening in proper chronological order. Because the state of Israel thrives on propaganda. That court case opened the eyes of people of the world that indeed there is plausible or there is genocide happening in this. So that's why many people across the globe started to see the matter differently. And that's why I say you should not really undermine this work that you are doing, because it will help to conscientize, to show the different side of the conflict, but also the different side of the people's involvement and solidarity with the people of Palestine. It will also indicate that they are not alone, but it will also be able to respond to the amount of propaganda that is out there and the narrative that any fight against the state of Israel is anti-Semitism. It's a human rights battle that all of us have to stand on. I was saying to Reverend when we were walking in here that he made a very profound statement at Regina Mundi in Soweto in a program of the ANC in solidarity with Palestine. So I thought he would have repeated it, particularly on the religious issues. So I will not want to go there because I'm not, I understand my limitations on issues of spirituality. So I will leave it to the Reverend. But he made a very profound point that even in the war in Palestine, the Zionist state of Israel does not discriminate in its killing. Doesn't matter whether you're a Muslim or you're a Christian. or anything. Hence, they have even bombarded Christian churches. I think he mentioned the Roman Catholic Church, if I'm not mistaken, that was bombed, and other churches, to show that this is not a religious war. So this movement becomes very important for the people here in South Africa to conscientize, to mobilize, but also for the people of the world and for the solidarity with the people of Palestine. And I want to congratulate the anti-apartheid movement here in South Africa for this bold step that you are taking. And I must just give you a warning that I know you fought a struggle against apartheid. And you were brave and courageous, Reverend Chikane, and all of you that are involved. This may need more braveness and courage, because not only with the dangers of the killing intent of the Zionist state, but the amount of propaganda, vilification on social media platforms, on publications, that I believe the movement will face. And I believe you are equal to the task to be able to clarify the people of the world. And I say congratulations, and let the struggle continues. Thank you very much.
You say it only once and you just go down. Palestine will be free. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. I think you know these words, who those words came from. Our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestine. I am sure that when you sat down and you prepared your notes, you had all the thinking of these great icons who built up the movement of the anti-apartheid movement of South Africa. And now the streets have done their best part to raise the voices. And we hold you close to us, Minister, to bring an end to this horrendous ordeal. We are grateful that you have come and committed and embraced that you feel that the movement has come at a point where it is greatly needed. We therefore will walk with you as the people of South Africa as we move forward building this movement. We will hope that you will always be there to walk with us and make sure that the freedom of Palestine and the freedom of South Africa becomes complete. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Now, we don't have strength to push a car that is stuck because of the lights that are kept on. There is a Suzuki, which is silver gray, JX50ML GP, your lights are on. We won't be there to push you. Now, as we are about to close, before we depart, I will ask again my leader, the Reverend, to come forward and make his final statements with regards to where we go tomorrow, how we fill up the streets of Pretoria, how we fill up the streets of Sandton. We are filling them up, Minister. We're filling the streets tomorrow up. we're making sure that these voices that are here are going out louder. Baba, over to you.
Yeah, she's committing me about filling up streets. You know? Yeah, thank you, Minister. She has already done the thank yous to you. This morning, we said that we'll have 2 sessions, which are really reflection sessions. Tomorrow, we go into business in the morning to make sure we clarify our program of action. We're going to have thematic groups, discussions about how we're going to do it. We're going to reflect on what civil society, government, faith-based organizations, others will be doing in their own spaces. And then we end up with the discussion on the Constitution. I will come to it. And then constitute the leadership, which we're negotiating, Minister. We work like the ecumenical world. We want to be as representative as possible in the leadership. We want to be as representative as possible. And then, according to the program, we break for lunch. Please don't try to walk. You didn't know where you were going. And those who try to walk to go where they don't know, they discovered on the way that is a long way. So please use cars and kumbis to get to the large point. Come back, we launch it here, and then we disperse. We had a problem with getting permission. I'm now told, I was told yesterday, we do have the permission to go to the American Embassy. So it will be 2 spots only, American Embassy and the consulate. And I think the greater part of the masses will be at the consulate, well organized. Some of us here will leave here, go to Pretoria, and some will leave and go to Sentin. Minister, we have mobilized for the country. Fortunately, it's the 29th UN Day in solidarity with Palestine. So there are activities in Cape Town, 2 protest points in Durban, various other places. What I want to say, comrades, about tomorrow, which I wanted to end, we consulted, we interacted, we talked about the Constitution, we shared it with the steering committee, and we put a deadline for Friday, which went past. We then finalized it yesterday. It was sent to all of you. So if you have anything you worry about, talk to the management committee before midnight. We don't want to debate the issues tomorrow because there isn't much time. So please exercise your democratic right to express yourselves. And when we get to the meeting tomorrow, we'll then adopt that constitution and use it to constitute the leadership. And then from there on, it will be action. So I hope this is quite clear. We'll still have time to talk tomorrow. So those are the announcements I want to make. According to the program, you know we start at 8:30. So you are going to finalize that part of it. Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister. Thank you for the diplomatic corps that's here for joining us. You are welcome again to join us when we launch. Thank you.
It is proper in Zulu, in Nguni, in any other culture to say thank you. Rina, could you please come forward?
Thank you very much. I mean, I think you're all aware that Israel has been an apartheid state at least since 1948. You carry around a dormpas which gives you your religion. Now this movement and also the DIRCO and the UN are now righting the wrongs of actually dismantling the anti-apartheid movements that were dismantled 30 years ago, because there was always an apartheid state in Israel. So we thank those to actually reinforce this movement against a crime against humanity. We thank the South African government for launching the ICJ of tectonic importance, moving at glacial speed, we know, but it is buried under the rubble of Gaza, the lies of the Israeli regime. And we see millions and billions of people marching. We are fortunate in this country to have a government that is in line with the people of the country. In most, especially in the global north, governments are completely misaligned with what their people are saying. So we have the opportunity of, like countries with severe repression, like Germany, of having an anti-apartheid movement and bringing the churches and bringing civil society into this framework. So I'd like to thank Reverend Frank Chikane for his untiring work in launching and in having this launch today. Minister Lamola, we are, and the world is eternally grateful for our actions. And thank you, Diplomatic Corps, all ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Ronnie, for being here, for being part of this anti-apartheid movement. And we hope that it will also force the UN to start launching as well. And we look forward to tomorrow with the real business, but thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much and good night. Drive safely, please drive safely.